Hello, chat. Hello, am I hurtable? Yippee! Alright, cool. Slay. Howdy. Alright. It is... Pause. Alright. I remembered that this month is Asian American and Pacific Islander month, so today I have brought lumpia on stream. I get to enjoy it. I'm sorry I can't share. That's all I have to say. I was like, lumpia. So, yeah. I also, okay, what do you guys eat lumpia with? Ooh, shrimp sounds so good. I also have Thai green tea that I made, a Thai green milk tea, which is like, we love. So, that's how I'm celebrating. That's how I'm celebrating on this one day, even though I should have been celebrating the whole entire month. But low-key, I forgot. So, you ever had lumpia? It's really good. So, everyone kind of makes it differently. I feel like every Lola or like every family kind of makes it a little differently. And so, what did you send me? Oh, slay. That's cool. That's really cool. Well, anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I feel like every family makes lumpia a little differently. And my Lola makes it with like chicken, pork, or beef. So she uses either one. It just kind of depends on how she's feeling. We also put bamboo shoot chickpeas in it. I don't know why she puts chickpeas in it, but I think it's really, really good. And then she puts like mixed vegetable, like a frozen mixed vegetable mix in it. So it's not just like beef. It's not just, it's not just like a meat, but there's a lot of stuff in there. I don't know how everybody else does it. I've had other family members do it like just pork, or they do it with like, beef and then another thing, or but yeah, everyone makes it differently. Here's my lumpia. Yippee! And I'm eating it. You guys are probably gonna think this is weird, but like I'm eating it with vinegar. I mean, if you're Filipino, you also know that vinegar is like a staple. I love to eat all of my Filipino dishes with vinegar because hell yeah, dude, Kuya, I made the classic. It's got the pepper, the white vinegar, and the garlic in it, because how the fuck else am I gonna eat my lumpia? I guess I do like banana ketchup. I do like banana ketchup, and I also like chili, like the sweet chili sauce. That's also really good. Banana ketchup slays. Banana ketchup is really good, and I feel like if you don't grow up with like banana ketchup, you're not gonna fuck with it. It's like really hard. Hold on. It's like really hard to get people into banana ketchup if they didn't like grow up with it. Banana ketchup with the chili sauce is also really good. So here's some Filipino lore for you guys. So the tomatoes are not natively grown in the Philippines. So like they're super hard to export. They used to be super hard to export to the Philippines. And so there was a lady, I don't remember her name, but she was like a food scientist. I don't know the proper term for it, but you know what I'm trying to say. Anyways, she literally was like, well, this is why Filipino spaghetti is sweet. If you've ever had Filipino spaghetti, it's super duper sweet, and this is why. Because tomatoes are not natively grown there. So she made something similar, and that's what banana ketchup is. She made like a similar like tomato-y paste / sauce with bananas. But again, doesn't have tomato in it. So that's why a lot of like things that are supposed to have tomato sauce in them, there's like the Filipino spin on it is like sweeter, and it's because we use banana sauce. Banana ketchup with those things. For example, like if you've ever been to Jollibee's, it's the classic. You get the chicken and you get the spaghetti, and it's, by the way, really good if you haven't tried it. You get the chicken, you get the spaghetti, and the spaghetti, if you've ever tried it, again, it's super duper sweet because of the banana ketchup they use it instead of like a tomato sauce. So again, it's kind of weird. I feel like people, if you don't grow up with it, then you don't typically like fuck with it. It's similar to like, I don't know. I feel like it's really similar to like bitter melon. If you don't grow up eating bitter melon, then I feel like you don't really like it, you know? Maybe that's just me, but I don't know. I was talking about Jollibee. I was talking about banana ketchup because I have lumpia with me. Anyways, how was your guys' day? I'm going to finish eating my lumpia because I'm genuinely starving, but I was like, okay, I need to stream, so. Yes, we're playing as Aqua today. Slay. I'm so excited. My hands smell like onions for some reason. Did you cook earlier? Were you making like hamburger patties? I just have to find out about a thing in Thousand Year Door. Never played that game. I've never played Thousand Year Door in my life. I guess I've just, like, for me, I've really just never been interested in Mario. So... what I'm saying is, like, even the RPG stuff didn't, like, intrigue me, so. Are you from a fast food truck? Oh, a food truck earlier. What did you get? The character's canonically trans? Oh, yeah, no, I saw that all over Twitter. And some of my friends were talking about it. Yeah. Oh, slay. It's not even June yet, chat. It's not even June yet. We love that. Popsicle? What? Hell yeah, Bahamut. I'm so glad. Yeah, so you went to an ice cream truck. Are you playing Hades 2? No, I'm gonna play Hades 2 later. Not right now, but eventually. You know, sometimes that's a boy dinner right there, dogs. No matter how old you get, men still be having boy dinner. And I know this because my father, who is 60 years old, I bought a loaf of bread, okay? I bought a loaf of bread recently for myself. I wanted to make French toast, and I also wanted to, like, I know I like to make sandwiches, and I like toast in general. I like toast as a midnight snack, right? My dad didn't know it was my bread. So my dad ate half the loaf because, I'm not even kidding, he literally made 3 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And that was his dinner. And I looked at my father, I said, where's my bread? And he was like, I made sandwiches out of them. And I said, for dinner? And he said, yes. And I said, okay. And I was sad about it, but, like, you know what? That's fine. I just think it's funny because no matter how old you get, boys still be having boy dinner. And my father is in his 60s. He'd be having 3 sandwich boy dinner. That's his boy dinner. I'm not even kidding you. My dad's classic boy dinner is he literally takes a tortilla and then he puts some cheese on top and he puts it in the microwave. What is that? And he's just like, yeah, it's my cheese tostada. And I'm like, that's your dinner? And he's like, mm-hmm. To this day. That's insane. Yeah, no, it's that's my dad's boy dinner. That's his classic boy dinner. I'm trying to think of anything else like I saw him eating when I was growing up. At least pan for that shit. Nope, it's microwaved. Don't you love that? We stand boy dinner dads. Tortilla and butter. That's a classic. That's a classic in any like Latino household. Tortilla and butter. If there's no bread, it's a tortilla. I'm not getting a stick of pepperoni for a struggle meal. There's tortillas and butter. It's just like, I don't know. If you just have two like in the middle of the night, it hits different. Trust me. It hits different and it's so good. Tortilla and peanut butter. My dad also would do like, his other classic is tortilla, melted butter, and cinnamon sugar. And he would make like a makeshift like cinnamon roll. That's his boy dessert. That's my dad's boy dessert. You haven't lived until you tried a pepperoni stick dipped in queso? I'm down to try it. That just sounds good. Yeah, no, that's my dad's like boy dessert. I mean, it's good. I was arguing with myself to either eat the last bag of popcorn for dinner or starve. Well, we can do better than that. How about we make ourselves some eggs? Not the one Haichu. What flavor was it? My most depressing meal was like half a loaf of bread and 2 tortillas. Sometimes that's what gets us through the day. Sherbet, yummy. Chat, be so for real. When you cook your eggs, are you cooking your eggs on low, high, or medium heat? Low, okay. High, okay. Medium, high, because I'm impatient. Because I need that shit fried. Okay. Do you guys, I'm just curious. Do you guys like your eggs? How do you like your eggs? Do you like it scrambled, over easy, sunny side up, fried? Do you like just the egg whites? Scrambled or fried? Okay. Okay. I'm a big over easy girly. And I also really like scrambled. Those are like my 2 favorite ways to have it. I don't like sunny side up very much. I just like to have it like, what's over easy? Over easy is like almost on the same par as sunny side up, but not quite. It's like you barely cook the other side of the egg. And then when you like cut into it with the fork, all like the yolk comes out. It's really, really good. I like it on top of like, oh, deviled eggs. Oh, girl, I love a deviled egg. Running eggs soaked by bread tortilla or hash browns. That is, yes. I do love a deviled egg. Who knew paprika on like a hard-boiled egg would be bussin'? Like, hello? I love deviled eggs. Anytime someone brings like deviled eggs to like the cookout, I'm getting at least 3 of those. They're so good. Why do they hit so hard? There's no reason. What is a Cajun egg? I don't think I have had one. I've recently been doing like raw egg and rice. Is that weird? No. Yes. Well, I've been doing that a lot recently because I'm like, I need some carbs and I need some protein. And I'll put some like scallions on top. And a little bit of like seaweed, like seaweed flakes. Personally, I love it. Is it a struggle meal? Kind of. But I really like it. Maury, you're so right. I don't know why I didn't think about putting soy sauce in it. Raw egg and rice is normal for where I'm from. Yeah, I know like Japan does that a lot. They eat raw eggs a lot, which makes me go, can I just eat an egg raw? I mean, people do it all the time, but then other people, like the FDA is like, no, don't eat eggs raw. That's bad. But like, we also eat sushi, so I don't know. Regulations are way better over there. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Y'all, I love sushi too. Sushi is so good. Be so for real. Do you guys like rolls, sashimi, or what is it where it's just like just the fish? What is that one? I always forgot. But that one, you know what I'm talking about, where it's just the fish. Rolls. Okay, Jerome. Personally, I like sashimi. I love that one. It's very good. Rolls are good, but I would rather just have the fish and rice. I don't know. It's plain. I like it. It's simple. My favorite personally is salmon, but like most people just like salmon. How is salmon just like the best fish of all time? Period. What is tuna? My dad loves tuna. My dad also really likes tuna. He likes tuna and yellowtail. Mango maki roll. I have had it once and I wasn't like huge on it, but it's still pretty good, you know? Onigiri is good. I made some onigiri the other night because I was so hungry. Because my house is an ingredient household. If you want a snack, you have to make your snack. If you want to eat anything, you have to make it. My mom was never big on snacks. She never bought us snacks. It was always like she would always make us food. So yes. Was I privileged? Yes. But it also means I didn't get to have fun snacks as a kid. So whenever anytime I went over to a friend's house, and I'm sure like some of y'all have had almond moms. I'm sure there's a couple of you out there who had an almond mom. My mom was like a borderline almond mom. She wasn't quiet, but she was almost there. So a lot of the time we wouldn't have snacks. She was like, that's gonna poison you. Do you know how much sugar's in that? Da 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 da, right? And like low-key, maybe she was cooking because like I'd be seeing all the shit that they put in some snacks and it's like, ooh. Why is there so much sugar in that? Like, are we trying to kill everybody? I don't know. But like I never got to have like fruit roll-ups. I never got to have like Lunchables. The red dye 40 is in demand. True. Yeah. Like I never got to have Lunchables. I never got to have any of that. So like I always had to like make myself a snack. And to this day, I still have to make myself a snack, which is like, in a way, it kind of forced me to learn how to like do some basic cooking, but I never had fun snacks, chat. But anyways, the other night I was starving. I was like, I'm hungry. And I noticed we had some sushi rice or sticky rice like left in the fridge. By the way, okay, this is my ADHD tangent. What the heck was it recently? I saw all over TikTok and all over Instagram. It was like, don't like reheat your rice. Don't leave your rice out. And I was like, girl, I've been reheating my rice forever. What are you talking about? Yeah, they're saying like, oh my god, you're gonna die if you eat recooked rice. And I was like, what are we talking about, dude? I've been reheating my rice since I was a child. Yeah, reheating rice isn't normal. Wait, what do you mean there was a parasite? Oh, what? But yeah, this was like semi-recent. It wasn't like recent, but it was like probably a couple months ago, where everyone was like, oh my god, if you reheat your rice. I was like, as a Filipino Mexican, what the fuck are you talking about? I've been reheating my rice my entire life. If there was something that was gonna kill me, I'd be dead by now. My entire family. Love to throw away extra food. Oh my god, nuh-uh. Yeah, if it hasn't killed me by now, it won't kill me ever. A bacteria that spreads in improperly cooked starches. Well, I think I've been cooking my starches pretty damn well, is all I gotta say. But anyways, we had some leftover rice. Exactly, Jim. I stay reheating that. Anyways, we had some leftover sticky rice and some salmon and mayo and like knockoff sriracha. I can still never find sriracha here, which is crazy. And look at I ate good. Exactly, Kuya. Exactly. We are not young Sheldon posting chat. We cannot young Sheldon post. But I gotta tell you what I saw in today's episode when I went downstairs. Why? Why is there so much drama in that show? There's too much drama in that show. Yeah, don't reheat young Sheldon. Anyways, going back to what I was saying. Yeah, so we had all those ingredients, so I decided to make onigiri. And I also had, like, we just constantly have dried seaweed in my house. I don't know why, we just do, but, like, slay. And I made some onigiri, and it was really, really, really good, actually. So I'm gonna be doing that again. It only took me, like, 15 minutes. So, you know, if we want to meal prep really quick, chat, consider some onigiri. It has your carbs, it has your protein, it has your seaweed, which I don't know what that gives you. You could also put kimchi in it too for like if you need vegetables. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say. Really quickly, okay, am I behind on this? But like, did we just stop getting sriracha one day? Like, wasn't there like this whole like feud with like the sriracha company and like the two people who owned it? Oh no, there was a pepper shortage. Whoa. Okay, so it was the owners of sriracha, they broke up. And there was also a pepper shortage. Got it. Okay. So, I was right. You know what's fucking insane? Because I was talking about how, like, we had knockoff sriracha. I cannot find sriracha nowadays, right? But you know where I found sriracha? In Mexico. I went to the store and I was like, what the heck? Why do you guys have this? I was like, we don't have this anymore. I was shocked. I was like, why do y'all have it? It makes sense. Dude, no, I thought it was just gone everywhere. So I was genuinely shocked that they had it. I was like, what the fuck? Anyways, wait, so it sucks now? So you're saying how it is now sucks? Did they like change the recipe or something? Got some back in our stores maybe a few months ago. Maybe it's I need to catch up. Maybe where I live needs to catch up because I live in like the whitest state possible. So like we don't have spices ever. For smuggling sriracha, I would. If I ever get arrested, it's for smuggling sriracha. I think my job still carries the Red Rooster sriracha. Well, that's Utah? No, close. Colorado. We're right next to each other. So, wait, the old farm now makes the original good sriracha. Oh, what? All right. Well, maybe I need to figure out where to get sriracha now because whoa. Anyways, yeah, no, we're always like late to stuff because not only are we a landlocked state, but also, not to shit on Colorado, because it's a gorgeous state, but, like, tell me why I lived, okay, I'm almost done with my lumpia, so we'll go ahead and play, 0.2 in a second, but tell me why I moved from California to Colorado, like, 10 years ago, and my family and I have always like been drinking bubble tea like since forever, right? I've always been a big fan of boba, and it makes sense because I'm from Southern California, so of course they're gonna have like shit like that out there. So I moved here, what, 2014? Yeah, 2014. Tell me fucking why it took literally almost 10 years for them to start opening up actual, like, boba stores. I wanted to cry. It was like, girl, what? Ugh! I think Utah is wider. Oh, absolutely, yes. I'm not... Group trip to Mexico just to smuggle sriracha. We're all, like, we're going through customs. So what's in your bag? Sriracha? Why? We don't have it here. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, it took literally like almost 10 years for us to even get like boba out here. Like we had quote unquote boba, but it was bad. It was always like a smoothie. They never had actual milk tea. And then they always cooked the pearls awfully. Like they always cooked the pearls awfully. And so like it's now, just now, a whole 10 years later, we're getting stuff that like I grew up with basically like in Southern California. And again, it makes sense because it's Southern California and there's so many people who go there, you know. It's like it makes sense. I'm Filipino and I'm Mexican. Like if you're from the Philippines, oh fuck, you know, you got 4 choices. Like your family moves to Texas, your family moves to Texas, California, or actually there's like 3 of them. Texas, California, or Hawaii. If your family immigrated from the Philippines, you're definitely just your family's definitely in one of those states for sure. You're supposed to tell them it's sriracha if you're smuggling it. Ah, Jesse, we have to cook sriracha. You know who else lives in Texas? Don't say Sheldon. Medford, Texas isn't real. I'm sorry, Maury. Keyword lived. Do not post young Sheldon spoilers in my chat. Thank you, Kuya. Thank you, Kuya. We are not spoiling young Sheldon for people who have not seen it. Anyways, sorry, I'm just like dogging on Colorado. I think I've just lived here too long and I'm like, oh, I need to leave. Help! I need to, you know. There's 7 fucking seasons. I'm gonna tell you guys what I saw today on Young Sheldon, okay? Okay. If you don't want spoilers, come back in like 5 minutes, okay? Come back in 5 minutes. But if you don't care, stay, I guess. Anyways. Maury, this is very important. I need you specifically to respond to this, okay? Why? I don't know what season we're in. I don't know what season my family is in. I'm not watching it. Tell me why. I watched this episode where like Sheldon's sister, she's like what, 13? She like goes and she takes someone's truck without a license and she just starts driving. Like, number one, play, I guess. But in that same episode, Sheldon's mom is like dogging on some other woman. I don't even know why. Also, why is she working in a closet? I couldn't tell you, but it looks like she's literally working in a closet. But she's dogging on this other woman that she works with, and she's just like, you flirted with my deadbeat husband. And I was like, whoa! Whoa! What is going on? I don't have context for any of this. I have no context for any of this. But why is there so much drama in Young Sheldon? And then she's just like, also, when Sheldon's sister gets pulled over eventually, she gets pulled over, and and you know, the cops have her, and her parents drive to go pick her up. Tell me why in the car, she was also having like beef. Sheldon's mom was having beef with another woman, because it was Sheldon's mom, dad, and another lady. I think their neighbor. And they were literally like, why did it look like I was mewing? Anyways, she literally said like, well, at least my kids aren't having babies. And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean the Cooper family is having children? What? And I was like, and I looked over at my mom and I was like, I said, what do you mean? Did one of, huh? Not the Young Sheldon analysis stream. It's, dude, Drew, you don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. This is the most drama I've ever seen in a TV show in a very long time, all right? You want shit explained? No, I think I'm gonna watch it one day. Oldest sibling moment? Ooh, damn. I watched The Big Bang Theory a shit ton in high school. I've been seasons out of it, but I refuse to watch Young Sheldon. I think you're missing out. I think we're gonna, you know what? I think I'm gonna start Young Sheldon this VC. It'll happen. It's gonna happen one day. I can tell you that. This is my last bite of my lumpia. It's just the fact that, like, my family also watched it when Maury was like, hey guys! Lumpia? Oh, I'm sorry, I just ate it all. But, one day. You know what I should do? Okay, hear me out. If y'all are going to Evo, I'll bring Lumpia for the class. I have family that lives in Vegas. And I was like, I want to go and see them. And I want to make lumpia with them. I was like, hi, do you guys want to make lumpia together? And they're like, yeah. So I'll bring some and I'll share it with the class. So I'm sure we cannot do it in the venue, but I'm sure we can figure it out somehow, in some way, shape, or form. Anyways. It's July 18th through the 22nd. Damn, well now I need to pull up. Dude, I'm sharing lumpia. Anyways, that's all I have to say. Young Sheldon is crazy. Like, what the heck is happening? There's so much drama. Why was the mom, like, down bad for the youth pastor, but also why is one of the kids having kids? There's so much drama in Young Sheldon. Young Sheldon is supposed to be about some kid who's just really fucking smart. No, there's drama and lore. 80s Texas drama, and I'm here for it. I don't know why. I'm invested in it, and I'm not even watching it. It's the story of Sheldon Cooper. Of course it's gonna get crazy. I didn't even know. Listen, I've never watched that show in my life. I'm 23. I was born in 2001. Do you think I would have watched The Big Bang Theory? No, I was a little too busy watching things like Chowder. I've got 3 separate friend groups to watch Young Sheldon with me. You know, oh. You are the reason. You are infecting everyone. Is it you are barely younger than me? Okay, and I probably entered high school when you were exiting high school. That's all I have to say. For example, Undertale came out my freshman year of high school. That's where I was at. What year did I graduate? Technically 2018, but I was supposed to graduate in 2019. 1 year before the pandemic, which would have been crazy. 2002 kids, I'm so sorry. I graduated in 2018, homie. I'm literally 2020 graduate. I'm so sorry. I salute all of you who had to go through that. I'm so sorry. Anyways, Whoa, Izzy, and I was supposed to graduate the same year. So I'm technically supposed to graduate 2019, but I skipped a year. So I skipped a year. And I graduated in 2018 instead, and then I went to college early. So I was like 17 in my first year of college. So my freshman year of college, I was 17. It was also a little awkward. I had a lot of men hit on me, and I had to be like, well, of course I had to be like, I'm 17. And they were like, the nice thing was that they always went, oh, my bad, and they backed off. At least we didn't have some weirdos. You know what? Shout outs to those guys. Shout outs to those guys for not being fucking weird, you know? Because they would constantly be like, oh, like, you know, what classes do you have? Oh, okay. So, like, how old are you? And I would be like, I'm 17. And they'd be like, oh, I'm leaving. Which is like, yippee. I'm glad. I'm glad we didn't have some fucking freaks. We love when people do the bare minimum. Anyways. Ah! I think it was really crazy one time. I'm gonna tell this story as I'm booting up. Boot up Kingdom Hearts chat. Time to boot up. Sorry it took me so long to eat my lumpia. Hold on. But anyways, yeah, Drew. My technical actual graduation year was supposed to be 2019, but again, I finished early. I'm also the younger part. I'm on the younger end because I was born in April. So you know how, so I was put in like technically a year ahead. Why is my Xbox controller not working? So I'm on the younger end as well for like people that I was grouped with in my classes. You know what I mean? Nah, Olympia time is also more yap time. What was I gonna say though? I don't remember. Oh, I remember one time. Oh my god. Can we? Okay, I'm not to constantly shit on Smash Brothers because I do a lot. I shit on Smash Brothers a lot. But tell me why every single time I went to like a Smash Bros event, I had a man who was almost in their 30s trying to hit on me, and I was like 20 at the time. I like just turned 20 at the time. Like, sir, why are you like in your fucking 30s, literally balding, trying to talk to me? Please leave me alone. I just spilled so much water on my hair. Ugh. The classic midlife crisis, dude. Like, who think balding? Yeah, no. Like, literally, it's always the men who wear hats. Nothing against men who wear hats, honestly, but it's you know what I'm talking about, right? It's that you get the picture where it's like they're balding, they're like wearing a hat to cover the fact that they're balding. I'm just like, sir. And it's not even like a cool hat, you know? It's not even a cool hat. It's like some stupid like snapback or like stupid like fedora every single time. It's not even a cool snapback, bro. You could have had some riz with it, but like Fedora men as they should. I'm not even kidding you. I've never met a single man who wears a fedora that is like that speaks typically. Does that make sense? Like they always speak in a very different way. I don't know if it's on purpose. I don't know what it is. But I'm like, oh no. That's all I have to say. I think every word out of their mouth is Shakespeare. Bro, they're thinking they're speaking poetry. Fedora men are the Super Saiyan form of actually, men. It's true. Anyways, it just Sorry, not to make. I'm not coming for people who wear hats because I love hats. I just can't wear hats very well. I've got a cool hat. I've got one cool hat. Do you guys want to see it? I have a single cool hat. I'll show it to you. This is my one really cool hat that I have. It should not cost as much as it does, but this is my hat. And if I had a wolf cut, I would look like Alice from Twilight, and it would be slay as fuck. Anyways, it's a drippy hat, huh? It's cool. I love my Sonic hat. Anyways, does this make me just as much of a nerd as them? Abso-fucking-lutely. I just don't wear hats. I have bangs, so every time I wear a hat like properly, so if I was to wear this like properly, you see how my bangs get all fucked up? You see that? I'm not trying to wear hats because of that. So, I typically don't. It's an wait, what? Being nerdy isn't the issue. The issue of their level of creepiness. You're so right. You're so right. Opinion on bucket hats? Oh, I wish I could be a bucket hat girly so bad. They're so cute. But I just don't have, like, my hair doesn't flatter it very well. If I got, like, a wolf cut, yes. If we can get closer to the aqua haircut, then I'd probably be wearing hats more. You know, if I get the aqua haircut, I think I would definitely be rocking hats a little bit more, especially bucket hats. I have a single bucket hat. Nice nerds are awesome. Creepy nerds need to be on watch list. Yes. Water in a bucket. Yes. Part of this 80 subs for Kingdom Hearts 3 does go to the total of the aqua goal. So anything that happens for this one also goes into the aqua haircut. So do not worry. I just put it here because it's easier for here. It's over here. I put it here so it's like easier for you guys to see. But do not worry. Everything that is contributed to this goal is also contributed to the aqua haircut. So, the sub count is on the other side. Yeah. I honestly don't get creepy people. It ain't hard to fuck off when needed to. Exactly. But people like to think that they're entitled to other people, so they don't understand that. My eyes look red as fuck, dude. I'm not even high, dude. Hold on. On another note, do you guys like this really cool Gojo that my brother drew? My brother drew this. Isn't that sick? Dude, he's like 15 and he's like making fucking masterpieces. Like, dude, chill on me. Yeah, what the hell? He's 15 and he's drawing this shit? Like, damn, bitch. Yeah, damn! That's how I feel. Anyways, let me go ahead and put in some eye drops and then we'll actually play the game for realsies. I'm so sorry. But as I'm doing this, bro got open commissions? Let me ask him. Do you want me to ask him right now? Hold on. I think he has a TikTok too. Hold on, let me ask him. Be right back, chat. You guys don't even have songs right now because I turned it off earlier. Here, listen to that. While I put in my eye drops and also put away my lumpia plate, you guys could talk to him about commissions, because I showed that. Hello? I don't know where he's going. He said, I look like a crusty old man. I'll steal that wine and art job from me. I know. Here, do you want to talk to them while I put away my lumpia? There's lumpia if you didn't have it, by the way. Do you want us? I'll leave it out.
Hello? Where? No, I'm blind. My bad. Hello. No, not old man. I am crusty
Oh
homeless man.
yeah! This is happening!
Okay, my Isabel, Belle told me to talk to you about art. What is you guys trying to? What is you guys telling me? Oh, she showed you. How draw good? You go to Japanese dollar store and buy all your supplies there. That's how you draw good.
Oh, okay, I gotta put it up.
Shoot. Actually, let me get my. Hold on, y'all. Let me get my sketchbook. Actually.
Chad, I'm putting in eye drops. So give me a second. I think he's getting a sketchbook. I think gifted 50! Oh! Thank you so much! Hold on, let me put in my eye drops. Thanks, guys, Sonic. Thank you.
I thought that was my phone. My bad. But this the funny one. Do you think like? It. Here, y'all get guys get Chainsaw Man. Here you go. For you. Wait. This is him. Thank you. What's a haha funny character I should draw next? Yoshi? No, I'm not drawing Young Sheldon. I don't know how to draw real people. I know how to draw lines that look like people. Wait. No, hold on. I don't. No. You're wrong. I know how to draw lines that look like cars. You'll pay for Young Sheldon? Oh. My TikTok. My ticketh talketh. Know how to do that?
Yeah, the keyboard's in front of you.
No, I don't know how to type in the chat. Okay. Is it typing? Your keyboard's so nice.
Why is it 1995?
Yes.
Hey.
What else
bye.
should it be?
This one's good. I like this one a lot, chat. I like this one. This is good, actually. I like.
Who's on the back of it?
Oh, Boing Bobo.
Do they know?
No, they don't know about Boing Bobo.
You should tell them.
Do you?
Joseph?
Yeah, here's
That's
Joseph.
my color. Oh, my only color.
Oh, there's this one, chat. Oh, this one's nice. Look at that. Oh.
This one's better. What do you mean?
Oh, he likes this one.
Oh, I think they like this one.
I like this one a lot too. This one's also really good.
Joestar? I don't
also
like
the
that
girl.
one.
The
We don't talk
girl.
about girls.
The single girl.
Single girl. No, oh, there's another
Whatever
one.
her name is. I forgot her name. I'm sorry.
Natsuki. Oh, I think I like this one.
Oh yeah, Sheldon.
There he is. He's gonna blow you up. Oh, who is? Yo, what stage are you on?
What?
There's someone said they're watching Initial D right now. What stage? Mm-hmm. Only stage 1? Me personally, I think you'll like stage. I'm trying to think. I think stage 3 is pretty good, to be honest. I think you'll have fun with that.
Okay.
Here's this one. This one took me like 4 hours. It's straight. There you go. Alright, cool.
They said, Izzy, brother, I think you should draw Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop. He said he's down for Spike Spiegel. It's the way I said Spike. Spike Spiegel. Anyway, chat. Watch this. Watch this. Ready? Watch this. Ready?
Oh yeah!
Whoa!
This is
Another 50! Oh my god, dude! Well, I guess we're playing Kingdom Hearts. And I'm getting my hair dyed. Well, goddamn, bro. I think that literally filled our goal. We're getting the third one. Yippee. Oh, chat. Okay, really fast. Really fast. I didn't see the Steam trailer announcement and the Simple and Clean re-recording. Should we listen to that really quick? Thank you again so much, friend, for the 100 total gifted subs. Oh my god. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, sure. Is Aqua real? She's gonna be real. Oh, chat. I'm chopping off all, like, and I mean all of my hair. Like, all this, gone. It's gonna be Aqua length. So that means I'm gonna have my hair literally up to here. And I'm gonna dye it aqua blue. Wait. Oh, do not watch the trailer. It has Mad Kingdom Hearts 3 spoilers. I won't watch it then. We are not watching it. I'm going to close the tab literally right now. Okay, but what about the re-recording? Should I listen to the re-recording right now really quickly? I haven't listened to it today. I've been busy and I was just like, I'll listen to it eventually. All right, let's listen to it real quick.
You walk away, you don't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go.
Okay.
You're giving me too many things lately. You're all I need. You smiled at me and said, don't get me wrong, I love you.
Ooh, okay, wait,
But
that kind of
does
hits.
that mean I have to meet your father? When we are older, you'll understand what I meant when I said no. I don't think life is quite that simple. When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go. Simple and clean is the way that you're made.
Okay, that was Slay. Shit. I don't think, maybe I'm just attached to the original, but this is still really good. It's not my favorite. I don't like, it's not like my, I don't think it'll be like, I don't think it tops the original for me, but I like it a lot. Wait, when was the next movie night? We haven't figured it out yet, but we'll get there. Anyways. Wait, what's this? You know what? Not gonna look at that. This is what we're playing, right? 0.2, Fragmentary Passage? Okay. Yes. I cannot believe we get to play Mother. Finally, Mother. This is also a Kingdom Hearts 3 demo. Right, I'm aware of that. What is going on with my vein right here? Help, 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 help. The game titles are not long and confusing enough. No, you're right, they're not. Girls just love to wander hell for like 10 years for fun, you know? Okay, Slay. Until the right heart is slightly visible and the left heart disappears. That's good. Oh! Whoa! Okay, pause. This is good. This looks really good. Disney Interactive Studios. Wow, yippee. And Squeenix. Oh shit! I was not ready for that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Little guys. We went from one simple and clean to another one. Oh, they look so good in these! Oh, she looks so good! Oh, it looks so... Oh my god, Chad, they look so good! This is a crazy... Well, they're all crazy good openings. She is mothering, let's be so fucking for real. She's so, she's so good, she's so good. Fucking Mickey Mouse. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Stop, stop, I'm actually gonna cry. Oh my god, no! She's so mother! Ow! I love her so much, I love her so much. I'm... Sega! Sorry, I'm... Sorry, my ADHD saw the blue eye and I went, yeah, Sega! That was an insanely good opening. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. She looks so good too. I mean, my camera's blocking her, but like, hold on, pause. Oh, ma'am. I cannot wait to have her hair. Chat, I cannot wait to have her hair. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Anyways, you game. Standard? Yes. Whoa. Okay. So, regular ones. Cool. Yeah, what year did this one come out, chat? Ooh, pause. Okay, hold on. Lock in, lock in. What's going on? 2017? Okay. I did kind of like Shotlock, yeah. Excuse me. Thank you. There's one more in there. Oh my god!
Xehanort is almost upon us.
You look so good! Oh, Mickey does
As
not
you
look
know,
good.
We must take action to keep the seven pure lights safe. And thus we must hasten to assemble the seven guardians of light. It is time to
Oh my
return
God,
to
he's
our
so
world
HD.
the three Keyblade wielders we lost over a decade ago.
Oh my god, he's so
Ventus,
HD.
Terra, and Aqua must be saved from their sad end, for they have more to achieve.
I forgot. I forgot that Kyrie came in
Following
at the
their
end last
first
night.
battle with Xehanort, Ventus's heart refused to awaken, and so Aqua found a safe location to conceal him. But when she set off in search of her other missing friend, Terra, she fell to a place from which there is no return without outside help.
He looks so high def, dude. I'm not used to this.
I saw her in the realm of darkness.
I'm not used to this. I'm literally just not used to this. This is weird. This is weird. Yeah, also new Mickey VA? Wait, do I press A again? Are we watching it again? Is it making us watch it again? Can I skip this shot? Yeah, okay. It's making me watch it again. That's so funny. Don't skip? Wait. Yeah, no, we should just watch it again. Sorry. We're gonna watch Mother one more time, chat. I hope you don't mind. Aqua is so pretty. Like, oh my god. It's peak, so it's okay. Yeah, no, it's fair. Peak, but again. I haven't even started Young Sheldon, but it's been crazy, and I haven't even watched it. It all makes sense now, but it's really funny for me to think back on when I sat and saw both Ventus and Roxas, and I was like, isn't that the same character? And like, technically yes, but no. Yes, but also no. Exactly. Like, as someone who had never like delved into Kingdom Hearts whatsoever, I was just like, yeah, that's the same guy. And the answer is yes, but no. To think 6 months ago you never played a Kingdom Hearts game. It's true. I had never. Now I'm a veteran. Now I know. Why does she have like the auto tune like, oh, at the end? Oh, look, Sora. Hello? Can I play the game now? Yeah, I started in like December. Oh my god, she looks so good!
Could it be?
Why does she look so, oh my god, I cannot wait to have her hair. Is she in Cinderella? Dark World. Do we want to watch the tutorial, chat? Or is it like typical Kingdom Hearts? It's the same. Okay, yeah, no. Oh, guys, she looks so good. Help, 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 help. All right. Oh, sorry. Why did I do that? Is this what 3 is gonna look like? Can she glide? No. Oh, god damn. It is what 3 looks like. Whoa. Whoa. What Xbox am I playing this on? S? The Series S?
Why is Cinderella's world here in the darkness?
That's what I'm wondering, girly. I wish I could have her bangs, but that is simply not very possible with real hair. Guys, it's been so long since I've seen Heartless. I missed them. I missed Bug. I missed Bug so much. Her cartwheel. I missed her cartwheel, chat. I love her.
There's no time in the realm of darkness.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it looks so good. It looks so good.
I walk on and on without end. In the realm of light, do days or years pass with each step? I know something has started to go wrong. I must hurry.
Dude, this looks so good, man. Dude, this looks so, oh my god. I have no words. It's just so good. Wow. I went from like DS graphics to this. Like, wow.
I guess I know which way I'm going.
Oh, a chest! Oh! Guys, it's like flow motion. Sorry, my bad. I'm used to the DS controls right now, so. Oh my god, it looks so good, man. Aqua motion. It's not like flow motion, it is flow motion. Oh, real?
I haven't felt my heart stir in a long time. Something about
These rocks
this
look like
place.
candy. It's like when you go into the crystal shop. When you go into the crystal shop with your girlfriend and you're like, ooh.
It looks like worse things are stirring.
You know that cat who's like munching on shit? That's me in the crystal shop.
Enough! Farewell!
God, I'm fucking freaking out. Like, I really am. Nothing. I don't have anything to say about that message, but that was so fucking funny. That auto mod was insane.
I took it for granted. I thought I had nothing in life to lose.
Oh, Aqua! No, Aqua! Before she became high def, guys. I love her. Remember Zach asking you out? That's true. He did. I forgot about that. And then going back to this is crazy. Literally going from
Here too.
PSP
Everyone in this
graphics
world
to
thought
this
they
is
were safe.
whoa.
Not just the people, but the dog waiting for his owner. The cat curled up in her nook. So much life. Trees and flowers. There's no deeper sadness than discovering all that you knew was gone. The grief in this place.
Oh,
is
chat, I
too
cannot
much
wait to have her
fathom.
hair.
That's enough. I can't keep on wishing for the past.
Oh. Okay. What? No way! Guys. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is good. I have like the biggest grin playing this. play this on PS4 and it looked like shit. Dude, like, this looks so good on my Xbox. Like, wow, wow, wow. Wait, do we? No. I was like, can I slow motion? No, she's just blocking. Her block is so good, chat. I'm literally hitting everything. What if I find something? That's the Zelda player, the Zelda player in me. Oh my god, chat. So good. She looks so good. She looks so good. Oh. It's like Hatsune Miku's Romeo and Cinderella. What a banger song, by the way. Dude, she could jump high. What the hell?
The road collapsed when the clock advanced.
Oh.
If only I made it in time. But there is no time in this place, only
Just really big
the
hands.
clock.
Bitches love Aqua. True. Girls love Aqua. You don't even have to be girls. We just love Aqua. Does the bridge come back? Oh, okay, yeah.
I knew it. I should look for gear.
How do I look for gear? Oh, will not let me go. It said, nope, invisible wall. Oh, sorry, my bad. I need to press Y. Oh! 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 We're back to normal Kingdom Hearts combat, and I'm so happy about it. Finally. Dude, she does so much damage, honestly. It's kind of like Final Fantasy. What? Whoa. Why would you want this? I guess, but... Oh, wow. Okay. You know what? It'll happen in time. Oh, I do have these. Okay, can I do have them. I have Kiraga? Whoa! Usaga Thundaga. Okay, wow. I have crazy good spells right now. What do you mean? Oh, Izzy, wait, what? Look at the art. Ugh, her. I want to see you figure it out. Oh! Oh! Whoa! That looks so cool! You're done. Alright. Dude, she's slay as fuck. I love her. She's mothering. Oh my god. that heals me. Oh, but am I MP? I ran of MP. Shit. Oh fuck, dude. Oh fuck. Wait. That was kind of cool.
Is that one on the bridge?
What bridge? Aqua?
Yep.
Up there? Oh, it is up there. My bad. I gotta. My bad. Hold on. I didn't get to see it, chat. Dude, that's so cool. She is magic girly. I should be using her magic. Man, that's so cool. Oh, what the hell? Where did you come from? Farewell. Ugh, I love her. Sorry, I won't shut up. I will not shut up about her. She is my favorite. She is my favorite Kingdom Hearts character, period. She is literally Mother. And then it's Riku, and then it's Lee. Lee/Axel. What the heck? Oh. You did that. What am I supposed to do with this?
You're done.
Oh, okay. Shotlock! Okay, I'm so excited. Chat, although I gotta go piss, girl. I'll be right back. I drink all my Thai tea, so oops. I'll be right back. In the meantime, you guys can listen to the rest of this, I guess. OMG, sorry, chat. I had to respond to some sponsorship messages. I'm so sorry. I was like, I gotta get this done. So, this will take me a while. Sorry. Back from piss break. Yeah, sorry about the piss break. Great timing. Thank you. But yeah, no, sorry. I was literally like responding to. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Time for best girl. Exactly, time for best girl. Let me drink some water though. Yeah, responding to the messages. Anyways. Why am I putting these on? I can literally hear the game right now. Shot lock moment. Hold on. Hold RB to lock on. I'm so excited. Okay. Got it. So where's the next one? Oh shit. Dude, she's so fucking slay.
I think that might be a gear up on that roof.
Oh, okay. Oh, chat, hold on. Oh, what? Where did they go?
Oh yeah! This is happening!
Okay! I didn't get that guy though. Damn. Unfortunate. Is there anybody else but where was it again, chat? Oh, why do you still live here? I did not need to do all of that for it. Okay, pause. Where? Joe's, hi! Oh, it's right there. I see it. I see it now. Yeah, I did vaporize it, huh? Dude, this town is so cool, man. This is so cool. If this is what Kingdom Hearts 3 is like, dude, what the heck? Alright, let's Lasagna. And you're dead. Anyways, chat, yeah, if Kingdom Hearts 3 is like this, oh my god, I'm gonna enjoy it so much. Like, wow. Wow. It looks gorgeous. It plays great, obviously. The portrait changes when you're in combat. Wait, what? Thanks for the lurk, friend. What?
Yep.
What? Oh shit. I don't have any focus. God damn it. That's unfortunate for me. Guys, I miss seeing bugs. Where's the next one? It's not showing me where it is. Find the years to rebuild the path. Well, that's what I'm doing, girly pop. This is really. Oh, there it is. I found it. Were the cat ears? Let's check. Nothing. Arms, though. That's cool, I guess. I don't really care. Yeah, I'm not huge on this one. I like her colors. We got a shoulder patch so far.
Enough.
Can you change colors? Let me check. Yippee. Yeah, whoa! Shit. Did I have like literally no focus? There we go. We got a little bit now.
Yep. 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 There's an underground path. Interesting.
Dude, wow, I guess I'm so used to like the really old graphics of this game, and so seeing this is making me, I'm like jaw dropped, flabbergasted to say the very least. I'm just taken aback, and it looks so good, man. We all were. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure when this dropped, y'all were like, whoa. There's a lot I could do here. Go up there. Let's go up there.
Yep.
Oh no, we fucked up. We fucked up, chat. I fucked up bad.
Yep.
Can.
Yep.
Yep, she can do it.
Yep.
No, Aqua. No, no, no! Aqua! Go back! Go back!
Yep.
Obtained wings.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, I can't go in there. Okay. I wish I could be Slay like her. Oh, there's another one. Yippee.
Yep.
Everything's about to spawn now, huh? No? Oh, Ether.
Yep.
Aqua could fold Sephiroth and it's not even close.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Farewell.
You're tempted to rebuy it on Steam. Did you see the texture update? Oh, yippee, finally. Situation command. Press Y to activate. Oh, interesting. Oh my god. Hold on. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, damn. Well, that was really cool. This shit goes crazy. Dude, that was so cool. 3 spells in a row equals a super spell. Got it, okay. Where are they? They're just like birth by sleep? Oh, okay. I'm terrified of overwriting things. But this is a new game, so they would never do that.
Yep.
Oh, what the heck? It's like a worm of guys. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. That's a lot of that. Shit. Oh fuck, dude. What? Oh, no, no. Dude, my... Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. Aqua, we're fine. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, right? We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Oh shit. Dude, I don't have it. Wait, I do have MP. I was like, where's my MP? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Dude, that's nothing. Shit, dude. Oh, I didn't see Spellweaver. I didn't see Spellweaver. Oh, I'm so mad, Shot. I didn't see Spellweaver at all. Things that are outside of it. Oh, no. Aqua. Come on, one more time. Okay. Okay, hold on. And it's dead! Oh, the way I was terrified. But dude, oh my god, ow! It's so good! The combat in this is so good too. It's everything about this is Agua Fresca. That's her. Everything about this is gorgeous. I'm like in love with this. I really am. Wow.
Not even memories are safe from the darkness. What I wouldn't give to really turn back time. To spend one more night beneath the stars.
Aww.
With my best friends. I'm doing it again.
Oh.
Aqua.
It can't be.
What?
What are you doing here? You should be in the realm of light. Oh no. Did you not make it out? Don't tell me. Has the realm of light... Why won't you say anything to me?
Oh, girl. I am distraught.
A memory among these shadows? Are you here to try and tell me not to lose heart? The world keeps our thoughts alive. But where do the people who lived here go once the world was taken away? At least they're not here, so they haven't fallen to darkness. I'll take what solace I can from that.
Dude, she keeps on going. You have to admire that.
Another world that was lost to the darkness. Is that?
No way. Is it literally every single one of the worlds that were in Birth by Sleep?
Ven!
Oh, Ven's in there! Ven's is jump scare.
Ven, what did you come here to tell me? I know I promised to wake you up. I'm sorry. But I have to find a way home before I can help you. I just want you to know that it's been you that keeps my heart strong, keeps the dark away.
Girl, you are literally caressing a glass casket.
It's a mirror.
Oh. What? Okay, got it. I see. We're just going through the same
Yeah.
hallway. I should have gone back in the mirror.
Is this what it means to face your demons?
Oh, literally.
Only your heart is hollow enough to be a demon's.
That's
Oh,
not
shit.
true. My heart is strong. I'll prove it.
You're done.
Oh my god.
You're done.
Squeenix said they love Aqua, so you know what we can do? We're gonna let them dress up Aqua with cat ears. What the hell? Why am I not pressing the right button? A fan favorite. They turned her into a marketable plushie.
Yep. Yep.
Whoa! Aqua?
Fade into the darkness.
We just fell! You have work tomorrow? Good night! Hello! Chat, we fucked up. I thought I wouldn't fall off, but I guess this game said, okay, no, just kidding, you're actually gonna fall off. Oh, no, 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 no. God damn it. Oh, no, 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 no. Dude, I can't do anything about that one. If I get hit, I get hit. She's almost dead. There we go. There we go. You know she's a bad one because she doesn't have cat ears? True. Okay.
Yep.
We're knocking pots out of the way. Man, this looks so gorgeous. If I had played this when I was like 16, I would have been in love with it even more. Like, I love it now. But wow, this would have scratched my itch for like anime RPGs. It's exactly what I would have been looking for. Fuck it, we're gonna do this one. Oh, hey, cat girl. Yeah, we're just no, this is not Dream Resistance. This will be my whole personality for the foreseeable future. True. That's exactly what this would be. Do I keep going into that one? This is the... Oh! Oh my god, Chad! There is a real chest! It's that one. I didn't look into the mirror. I'm lost now.
Yep.
Oh,
Hey. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Gotcha.
where's the? I was gonna say. I know there's a chest somewhere.
You're go. Gotcha.
Fuck.
Yeah. Enough. Heal. Terra. Ven.
Poor thing.
Are they phantoms? I don't care if they are.
Yeah,
Or if
no,
they
she
fall
looks
into
so good.
darkness. I miss them.
I miss them. Oh.
Get out of my way!
What's teleportation mean? Oh. It's a plant aqua. It cannot talk. Let's see, Chad. What do we got now? I'm not like huge on this. Like I don't really care for it. Like okay, cool, I guess. Ooh! Okay, hear me out, chat. Okay, she's she's kind of slaying. All right. Ooh. Yes. I want her to have white cat ears. I know I could change the white, but I like it like this. I think it looks cute like this. Look at her chat. Oh, look at her chat! Ah! I love her! Oh shit. Okay, go crazy, Aqua. She's like, yeah, I'm not dealing with these stupid vines. Serving in hell. It's true, it's true. She's literally serving in hell. Girls love to serve in hell. Oh shit. Oh, ow.
You're
Dude, this shit's crazy, man. Dude, I hate those fire things. Alright, you need to... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That's what you need to chill out, dude. Literally. You need to chill out.
Yep.
Where are they? Like, they're just, okay. We're just gone? I didn't need to use that much for this one guy, but that's okay. And we're back on the flow motion.
Yep.
Oh! There they are. That hurt us. Oh no. What? Hello? Oh my god, no, no, no! Where did he go? He's like actually getting hurt. Ugh. I don't need to use Spell Weaver right now, but...
Yep. Yep.
I hate this guy. This guy pisses me off the most. Because, like, why? Why am I getting comboed? Okay. I forgot that I can move around. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I want to do thunder, but that's cool too. Guys, I'm missing the bug. I'm happy we got. What's this? Okay. Is this a dead end? Yes. Okay. Because I came that way. Oh, got it. So I did kind of go the right way. Wait, no. Oh, that's where I came from, right? Yes. Imagine dying to bugs. Imagine getting bugs put in you. I love her outfit. Izzy, you slayed. Isn't it cute? I was just like, oh, we could. I like her. I wanted the outfit to match her wings. I really liked her little wings. Never. Oh, okay. Big guy, Chad. Big guy.
You really think you can keep me away from my friends? Hey, yeah, hey, hey. You're done. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, enough. That's it. Yeah, hey, hey, gotcha. Yeah, hey, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, go, out there. And now, hey, you're done. Yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, farewell. Gotcha. Go. Gotcha. Go.
Oh, dude, look, it's rainbows
Yeah.
for us.
Hey, yeah,
Everybody who has experienced bi panic with Aqua.
hey, enough. Hey, yeah.
Oh shit, shit.
Yep. Heal. Yep. Okay.
Oh shit, hold on.
Yep. Gotcha. Yep. Go.
There we go. I'm literally hitting him with the LGBTQ. Oh my god, there's so many of them.
Hey there. Enough.
Oh damn, okay.
Hey.
Oh, we didn't get this guy. Yeah, she's like a level 50 Aqua. Oh, real?
Hey. Yeah. Strike. Hey.
Hold on, let's
You're
just...
done.
Dude, I love the way the game looks. I love the way the game plays. It's good. It's just good, chat.
Yeah.
This is like peak Kingdom Hearts. Oh, that's right, we can't. Those guys are just there.
Yeah.
Pause to see your level. Oh shit, yeah, no, she is level 55, huh? We got more stuff though, chat. Let's look. I don't like these. They just don't look good. I know, that's just me. The little angel wings, they're kind of cute, but I like this one more. I want her cat ears to be white so it matches with the rest of her outfit, but we have to have Aqua with cat ears. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. I went to... Oh, okay. Got it. I see now. Oh, 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 oh! Okay, go crazy, girly pop! Oh, I love being... I miss Thunder Chat. Come on. This guy, we need to kill him. Alright, let's get him. You should probably die to Blizzaga. What's that? Why? There we go. We've officially lost the Kingdom Hearts, but she's so cool, Nox! She's so cool! Nox, she's so cool! I did not need to do that. I just need to stand on this. Thoughts on the Dream Drop Distance ending? That game was insanely confusing. Let me be so for real. But yeah, the ending was it was like it was cute actually. I liked the secret ending. Oh. Well, everybody here has played it, right? Axel being a Keyblade wielder was fucking insane. It was like, oh, that's not what I expected whatsoever. But okay, Slay, we love that. I mean, not Axel, I mean Lee, my bad chat. Let's put some respect on his name real fast. Well, anyways, the secret ending with Sora petting the Meow Wow was like peak, and I want a Meow Wow so bad. I don't care if I have to buy him from a scalper. I need a Meow Wow plushie with my everything. There's so many scary guys. They're just lurking, chat. Oh my god, please leave me alone. Oh, please. Dude, please. Hit him with the gay beam. Hell yeah.
Yep.
Oh, what's this? A thing! Make it red for Beans. Oh, I should. I also really like that I named him Beans. Like, I'm gonna be so for real. What a good name. Oh, oops, wrong one. Another ether.
Yep. Yep.
More guys. Here they are. Oh, but there's things over here. But there's things. Me when I'm a girl who explores.
Yep.
Love exploring, chat. No, Aqua. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! My bad. My bad. Nope, you need to die first.
You're gone. Yep. Yep.
Oops, wrong one. There we go. How do I go back? I see?
Yeah.
You see, I fell.
Yeah.
I have not been using my potions, by the way. Like, at all.
Yeah.
Is there something down here I should just look at? In case I fall? Oh, no. Ah! The vines!
Yeah.
Oh, they go back to him? What the heck, chat? I didn't even notice that. Well, is he gonna do it again? Look at that. Yippee! I love winning.
Yeah.
Are you crafting items? You could craft items? Oh, where did you come from? We got another pattern, chat. Woo! Oh, chat, that one looks really cool. I don't know, do we want the snowflakes or this one? Diamond does go kind of hard. Five steps to alter the color? Sure. Yeah, why not? I think I like this one. No, I don't know. I think I like this one because it's a little more simple. You get the dark blue with the light blue. Oh, she looks so good, man. I love her. Like the single color. Like, does it make it all just like... Oh, I see. Yeah, no. Yeah. Beat the flame course. Okay. There's a lot of stuff you can get in here. I love that I could dress up Aqua. This is awesome. Oh shit.
You're done.
Oh. We hit the strong thing.
Farewell.
There's a lot of stuff. Well, there they are, chat. But there's other things. There's other things. Oh, but look at that. And there was a chest. Man, this game looks so good. Mini ears blue. Oh my god, chat. Of course they did. Of course they did. She's a Disney adult. You can buy those for $50 at Disney. True. Guys, I love whacking weeds as Aqua. I didn't know I needed this in my life. Man, this game is just gorgeous. Wow, 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 wow. Oh boy. Man, she's honestly the coolest fucking character. I love her so much. What the? Whoa! So we're just casually going into hell. That's fine. Don't mind that. Okay. Oh, okay. Blazinga! Right if he hits these, he just gets hit hurt. I don't know how to get rid of them out without getting hurt outside of using like bells. I'm scared there's gonna be like a boss fight next. So should I prepare real quick? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. This is terrifying.
Okay then.
It's just her against all these dudes. What do? They're making a son? Girl, I don't even know what's going on. They're pondering their orb. Defeat. Wait, what's the objective? Defeat Darkseid supporting the Dark Orb. There he is, chat. Oh boy, this is gonna be rough. Just a 3. Oh shit. Oh girl. Oh. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're almost done, we're almost done, we're almost done. We're almost there, we're almost there. There we go, there we go, there we go. Oh! It wasn't even that hard, honestly. She is like level 55, so, you know. We got hi Kiki! Her shoes are so pointy. I don't remember them being that pointy. And the sun exploded. Is she good? Is she okay? I mean, it starts this, so it's not that bad. Fair.
Tara, Ven.
Aqua. You're...
Tara.
Chicken soup and
You
a 7-Up.
Can you see me?
Of course. I see Ven too.
Ven? He's here?
Tara, what's wrong? Don't you see him?
Where are we?
A world the darkness has consumed. Its enchanted
So-
dominion.
Consumed. The worlds fell?
What's gotten into you? How do I know that you're Tara
Oh, girl, chill.
and not the weakness that's in my heart, playing more tricks? Ven, please say something.
Ven's
Aqua, listen. I promise this is me, but I'm not myself.
What do you mean?
yeah. What does
You're
that
using
mean?
the name Tara. That means you're seeing me the way that you remember me.
Oh,
But your heart is just painting the picture that it so wants to see. The real me is lost in shadow.
Then you're here, trapped in the realm of darkness.
No. My heart has ties to the dark. That must be why we can talk. But I can't see anything, Aqua.
oh shit.
If you say Ven is there, then he's like me. An illusion created by your heart.
I understand. Then you and Ven are safe in the outside world?
I think.
That's good. But how did you find me?
I looked here and heard you in the darkness.
Right, but why does your heart have ties to the darkness now?
He's got
What
big
did
pants.
you mean, lost in shadow?
Forget about me. Aqua, Xehanort is trying to locate Ven.
He'll never find him. I hid Ven well. I think the reason he's not talking to me here is because he's
No!
still there sleeping.
Tara!
No! I can't control.
Oops, he found him. I hate this
This place.
bald man.
Is it the Chamber of Waking?
Yes. Who are you? Really?
You don't know? My name.
Aqua, get back!
Tara!
Sorry, the way I'm popping
I
off.
messed up. Xehanort is part of me. Now he's using me. So you'll tell him where you hid Ven.
Oh my god, these cutscenes look so good too.
I won't give in. Aqua, you have to.
Still you struggle.
Tara!
That's right. Tara, no!
Now you can be one with the darkness.
Oh shit, my controller just rattled on my desk and just scared the shit out of me.
It's enough!
Tara.
What? What just happened?
Now I can be one with darkness.
No, Aqua, Miss Ma'am, Miss Girl. Mickey!
Aqua, are you okay?
Fucking Mickey jump scare every time.
Mickey, how did... Tara! Ben!
No time to talk.
Dwellers of darkness.
They're called Heartless.
Oh, I hate this. Wayfinder. I guess it was a Mickey thing, huh? Oh my god. Didn't it keep gaining more health? It looks like it's randomly gaining health, but it doesn't matter. Mickey looks weird like this. Can I be so for real? I can't be the only one who thinks he looks a little weird. Like high def.
I never thought I'd find you in the realm of darkness, that's for sure. So, what happened?
Have you seen Tara or Ven?
No, just you.
I'm sorry. The darkness in this place, it's getting to me.
No, girl, stay strong.
Oh.
I know it's been 10 years.
But you'll be okay.
Thank you, Mickey. Oh, but you'll be okay.
Say, we've been looking for you a long time. How come you're in this place?
First tell me, how long's it been in the realm of light?
About 10 years.
Uh-oh.
Interesting. After we last spoke, I took Ven somewhere safe, and then I went after Tara. But Tara was about to fall to darkness, so I had one choice. I stayed here in hopes of giving him a chance.
I didn't know.
How about you? What could have brought you here? Has something happened?
Aqua,
In the realm
I'm
of
30.
light?
She's mother.
It's the Heartless. They've been attacking worlds and taking their hearts. And worlds with no hearts vanish into darkness.
Is that like
But
the setup
if we
for
can
Kingdom
lock
Hearts
the
3?
door between the two realms, light and dark, from both sides, we can protect the other worlds. So you see, I came here to find the key on this side. Turns out, it's not so easy getting into the realm of darkness. The points you can cross have become unstable. It's only when a world gets consumed that an entrance appears in the realm between. So
Oh, damn.
I waited for my chance to sneak in. But hey, when I got here, I felt a warm, familiar light.
I do not like his
I
mouth
followed it
animation.
to find my way to you.
The charm. So they were helping. Tara and Ven brought you and I back together again.
Yeah.
But the worlds are still in danger. Tara, did he make it back to the realm of light?
We still haven't found him.
I see. Well, wherever he is, he's fighting. He'll beat his darkness. And I know he wants me to fight too.
I think you're right. He'll be just fine.
Yes. But what about Ven? He won't wake up unless I'm there with him. I have to go. I have to find a way back to the realm of light.
Good. Then let's locate that key and go home together.
Does that mean you know an exit?
Well, I was so busy finding a way in that I didn't give a lot of thought to where there'd be a way out. But together, we're sure to find one.
You know what? She's just happy to have a friend with her.
May our hearts be our guiding key.
Thank you,
There's a
Mickey.
phrase no one's used in ages.
Keyblade wielders used to say those words to each other. And now, it's something I like to try and remember.
Why am I now just noticing that they have 4 fingers?
So, ready?
They being Disney characters.
Ready.
So, I'm gonna assume that Tara's just having like a Yuji and Sakuna moment where he's like having an inward, like just a battle. Am I going the right way? I'm gonna say yes. Mickey, what the fuck are you wearing? Oh my god, is that like... What is he wearing? Oh, why did he turn his head like that? Oh! I didn't... Did you guys see that? Hello, Mickey. Tech demo. Well, he is expressive. That's so funny, though. Oh shit. That scared the shit out of me. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. Oh, she's not doing good, chat. She's not doing good, chat.
Yep.
Can a cat girlfriend and mouse boy and mouse boy friend? What?
Yep.
You know, I'm just gonna assume we come down here in a second.
Yep. Yep.
No.
Yep. Yep.
I love how she just hits them with the gay beam. Oh, girl. Where is the thing? You. So I wanted to get rid of that. Dude, these are big bugs. You know what? We're gonna do this. This covers more area. And it's so funny though. Like, look at Mickey. Why does his head do that? Is it gonna do it again? That's so funny.
Yep. Yep.
I think freezing enemies is probably the best. Because then you can freeze them and then you can kill them. Alright. And we have no more MP. Oh, but pause. Dude, this is so cool. Being able to do that is so cool. Oh my god, chill. Uh-huh. Are you gonna explode on me now? Cool. Mickey is so funny in this game, and I don't think he ever will be like a serious character in my head. He's just funny all the time. I'm shocked. Maybe I'm just playing this slow, but I thought someone mentioned in chat like a while ago. Not this stream, but I think it was like previous stream. But like this is only like a 2-ish hour game, but I'm taking forever. Maybe I'm just taking a while on all this. How far? I know it's like a little demo, right? How far am I into it? All right. Chill. We did, yeah, for an entire hour, so there's that. Hold on. Pause. Oh my god. There we go. Where is these two? Hold on. You're nearly there? Oh, okay. Wayfinder, that's right. That's the Mickey thing, right? Right! I love freezing them. It's so satisfying. The spells look so good. They're satisfying to pull off. Like, I love it. Is that it? Is that all the guys?
Yep.
The super spells are like god level. Final Fantasy 15's animation budget went here. Like you have spiky ice, hell, thunder from the heavens, and gigantic fireball. Dude, it's so cool, man.
Yep.
Oh, I'm just hoping I didn't miss anything. No.
Yep.
Did she miss any? No. And this is only 3 spells. I know. Look, guys. Light. Hold on, we got a new thing. We got a new thing. Ooh, a new back thing. I think I kind of hate it. I'm gonna be real. No, fuck it. Why not?
Yep.
Man, this looks so good. Only masters can wear the cat ears. Do I start sinking in the sand? No, I literally do not.
This is where I met those children.
So many worlds have been lost, and now they're trapped here in the dark. Wait, you know this place, Aqua?
Yes. I visited once, and I met 2 boys I considered passing the Keyblade on to.
How did she know that though? She was just like, yeah, okay,
But
these
because
guys.
Terra had already given one of them the power, I didn't.
Aqua, what were the boys' names?
They were Sora and Riku.
Does Mickey not know this?
I see. We're getting warm.
But Kairi touched the Keyblade, so that explains that, right?
It's
Yeah.
Sora and Riku who've been helping me. We're trying to get that door shut for good.
The same boys?
Aqua, if this is where my friends first got the Keyblade, it also must be where we'll find its counterpart. The Keyblade of Darkness has got to be here on the dark side of their world.
Why would Mickey know? Because he
have to
got a
hurry.
fucking letter.
Come on.
Oh wait, no, he did the whole recoded shit. And then he sent the letter. Well, I guess he wouldn't know, right? Only took Kingdom Hearts 1. Oh! Well, okay, so this is the first time finding out. Never mind. Good night, Nox! Okay. It's called Demon Tide? Oh my god. Oh my god, Chad, why are there so many fucking health bars? Whoa! Dude, they look so good! We're slowly chipping away at it. Oh no. Thank you, Mickey. He's making sure we're not dead. Shit. Can we move? All right, this is rough, man. What the fuck? Why can't I? What the hell? Oh my god. Jess, hello! Hi, friends! Hi! Hello, Jess. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Hello, hello. I am playing Kingdom Hearts 0.2, which is like the Kingdom Hearts 3 like demo game, and it looks phenomenal, but we're literally, I think we're at the end, right, chat? Hello, hello, friends. Hi, Jess. Thank you again. I really, really appreciate it, friends. I hope you had fun with your stream. What were you guys up to tonight? What were you guys doing? Work with Mickey to defeat Demon Tide. Oh, we're so close, man. Ah! Okay. Anyways, hello, friends. My name is Izzy. I'm a variety streamer right now. I've been playing through the Kingdom Hearts series, and just like Jess, I love Sonic the Hedgehog. So, I literally have a, hold on, pardon the music cutting out for a second, but I've got a cute little, I've got a little Sonic Miku shirt that was at Sonic Expo. It's also my merch, and I also have a little Sonic controller in my Mikus. If you couldn't tell, I really like Sega. I like Sega, I like Sonic, I like Miku. So. Sonic Miku. I love Sonic Miku. Project Diva, where she has the little Sonic costume, is like slay, and it's perfect and it's so good. But yeah. I love that shirt. It's so cute. If you want it, you can actually order it. Do ! merch. I think that is where you can get the link for it. There it is. Thank you so much, Cat Girl. But yeah, you can get this little shirt or sweater. It's also in gray, but it's in the sky blue and the gray. And we go up to, I think, 2XL for the sizes. So we did an almost 10-hour stream to be Paper Mario tonight. Whoa! You spent a long time on that. Well, have a good night. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Sleep well, Jess. Get some rest. And thank you again for the raid, friend. But again, yeah, my name is Izzy, chat, or just chat. And, yeah, I love Sonic, and I have this little gift for you guys. Isn't he good? I love having this little, I have a gift for you. And it's like, I just have him in my hand, and there he is. It's Froggy. He sits like this on top of my desk, by the way. He sits on top of this picture frame, and I felt like it was very appropriate for him to, you know, be friends with Sonic and Shadow. Because, of course, I also have that on my desk. Anyways, let's go back to Hearts. We're literally about to beat the final boss. So, if you do not want any, like, Kingdom Hearts spoilers at all, if you're really wanting to play this game series, or if you're not caught up on this game yet, then this would be your cue to leave. I don't want to spoil any more for anybody. Just, you know. I guess you don't want to see it, but yeah. If you want to, and if you don't care, or if you've played the series, that's awesome. All right. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing right now, chat. Like, oh my god. I genuinely do not know. Fuck, dude. Yeah, there. There it is. We're almost there. Check my health bar, make sure I'm all good. We're not taking any damage right now, so that's good. Oh, that just killed it. This song is really good. It really is good.
Let's keep going.
Dude, she is so mother. Look at that. Look at the drawing. Oh, I missed them.
I bet it's in here.
You know what? Yeah, what was this door for? We never figured that out. Look at the texture on their clothes. We never figured out how this door got here.
There.
No fucking way. No fucking way.
Is that what you're after?
Yep, it's just the key I was looking for. A keyblade from the Dark Realm.
A keyblade of darkness.
The Door of Darkness. Tied by 2 keys. The Door of Darkness to seal the light. Well, we've got the keys. Now, we find the ones to close the door.
Sorry.
The door between the 2 realms, it won't let a heart with light pass through. So, only darkness keeps spilling out. We can lock the door by using the 2 keyblades. But we need help on both sides to get the door shut.
Well then, since you'll be doing the locking, let me be the one to close the door.
Sorry, but the job's taken. By somebody else.
By who? She said, yeah, I'll stay wandering here. That's fine. So this game takes place during Kingdom Hearts 1, chat? Oh, that makes sense because Riku literally closes it and that's why he means, ow, 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 ow. I understand now. I literally understand. We are back again. So that's how Mickey
Yep, the
fucking
door of
got
Kingdom
here.
Hearts. Well, it's not the Kingdom Hearts you know. Not exactly. But even though
So
it's
how does he
smaller,
become
it's
shirtless?
still the heart of many worlds.
Is this
Even
the
if
game
it's
that
not a
tells me how he
complete
gets
Kingdom Hearts,
shirtless?
We definitely can't leave it open like this. Or darkness will escape and destroy the remaining worlds. It's time. With this key and Sora's in the realm of light, we're gonna close this door. Now, all we need is Riku.
Sora. Riku.
There!
So Riku meets Aqua?
That's everybody! Come on, Aqua!
So he's met Aqua before? Well, I guess he hasn't met Aqua yet.
That's all.
Oh my god, oh my god. Slay Queen, go crazy, go crazy.
Go without me.
She's got this, she's got this. No, so Riku doesn't meet Aqua. Oh, she gets fucked up. What? You're kidding! There's no fucking way! That's not how, that.
The battle for the realm of light
That is no.
is not won.
That's not how they solve that.
Thanks to Terra and Mickey, I know what's at stake.
Demon Tide stole his shirt.
I'm not afraid. I will face the long darkness. The next time someone wanders into the realm of darkness, I'll be here. A light to cut through all the shadows. I will be their wayfinder. And one day, I'll return to Terra and Ven. I am Master Aqua, And that's a promise.
I love her. She's so good. She's so good. No, he's naked! He's naked, chat. Put a shirt on, Mickey. The only thing that I'm doing a little different is I'm keeping my straight across bangs because it's kind of hard to get her bangs like real, actual, without having to like style it every single day like that. But I'm going to have like the side pieces, like I'm gonna have this be long, like how she has it in the right there, and then all of this is gonna be chopped and it's all gonna be blue. And I'm gonna have short hair. I'm gonna have short hair. Aqua slays an unreal amount. That is the truest sentence I've seen. Whoa. Look at her shiny shoes. Oh, and this is where she meets fucking Ansem. So after that is when she meets Ansem. Oh!
I thought. I heard her voice in the distance.
She sacrificed herself to save me? Why did you keep it from me for so long?
I had to respect her choice.
What about us? You could have given us a choice. We could have gone and helped her.
Uh-oh.
I know.
Do not
Mickey.
be rash, Riku. As Mickey told you clearly in his story, reaching the realm of darkness the first time was not a simple task. And even if we had found a way back in, regrettably, none of us possess the necessary means to get Aqua back out safely.
He's so HD.
So I forbade Mickey from telling you, let alone going after her.
Why keep it secret?
That much is obvious. If not you, then certainly Sora would have staged a reckless attempt at rescue.
I mean, it's true. He would have.
But now we can help Aqua. You and I. We're gonna go find her.
Yeah, count me in.
Yep.
Who's this new Riku and where's the old one?
She finally spoke chat. Finally.
Yeah. You're more like Sora.
Should I be flattered?
Kairi,
I
speak.
try too hard to be the role model. It's more fun to just listen to my heart.
Dude, he loves
Which
Sora
is
so much.
Sora-esque.
He loves Sora so
Well,
much.
We still like you.
Kairi, make way for Riku.
Master, I came here because I wanted to help somehow. What can I do?
Bitch, you've done nothing. I'm so
I
sorry.
have entrusted the wizard Merlin to oversee the training for our new Keyblade wielders, yourself and Lee.
Lee?
He means Axel.
What?
Oh, that's right. She was taken by
He's
Axel.
a regular person now. He even saved Sora for us. You can trust him.
He's like, I don't know. He grabbed my arm like twice.
Come on, Riku. It's time for us to go.
This is my
First,
boyfriend
we
Sora,
gotta
and this is
find
his
an
boyfriend
entrance
Riku.
to the realm of darkness.
It's true. That's literally
Mickey.
it.
Take these along with you. The three good fairies ask that you be presented with them. They
Outfit
are
change?
new vestments, which will shield the both of you from the darkness.
Thank you, Master.
Okay, let's go.
Riku's belly button was too HD for me right there, and it freaked me the fuck out. I was like, oh. Okay, slay. So that's what they're up to. Merlin's gonna train Kairi and Lee. Where the fuck is Sora now?
You were gone a long time. What were you doing? Secret.
He was
I'm
playing with the
back.
Dream Eaters.
Huh? What? Just us?
Yeah, no, he literally went
The
out of his way
others
to pet
all
the
had
Dream Eaters.
important work to do, so I sent them on their way.
That's great. They could have said goodbye.
It's true.
It is not.
Dude,
I
don't!
just like
Goofy
to say
look
goodbye to all my
crazy.
friends.
He's so
I'm here
HD.
now, right?
We have matters to discuss.
They have beef. They have beef all the time.
In order to defeat Xehanort, there are allies we must gather, acting now to rouse them from their slumber. We have discussed this before, Sora. Your Mark of Mastery exam was conducted in the hopes you would acquire the power to wake them. However, the darkness nearly took control of you, and your grasp of your new abilities leaves much to be desired.
Damn, bro.
Furthermore, Xehanort nearly made you his vessel,
Oh.
and in the process stripped you of most of the power you had gained by then. I suspect you have already noticed this, correct?
Damn.
Sora! Whatever. Happens all the time.
No, it doesn't!
Yes. Chip and Dale are currently analyzing data that Ansem the Wise provided to Riku, and which could offer us a clue to retrieving our friend's lost hearts. I have very high hopes for this data. However, our greatest chance of stopping Xehanort's plan still lies with you, Sora.
His
If you
lips are
trust
so
the
HD, help.
guidance your heart gives, I know we will find all of the Guardians of Light. But first, you must regain all the strength you have lost. Perhaps it is foolish to expect a complete recovery, but it is absolutely vital you perfect one power. The power of waking, which you failed to master during your exam. There's someone who lost his strength and found it again. A true hero to whom you ought to pay a visit. Perhaps he can point you in the right direction.
Got it.
You can count on us to take care of Sora.
I would have it no other way. I put Sora in your hands.
Donald! Goofy!
You can't become a master without us.
Huh?
I never would have thought you'd fail that exam, Sora.
Hey!
Damn!
You're just a hot pint. But the three of us together make a whole pint.
Pint and a half.
And don't forget, we'll keep an eye on you. Oh, this is gonna be lots of fun.
So
It's not a vacation. Let's go! Count on us!
So that just sets up Kingdom Hearts 3. Oh, gummy ship! Gummy ship!
How are we supposed to get there now?
Gummy ship in HD.
Looks like all the old highways are closed. Didn't Master Yen Sid say that Sora should trust the guidance his heart gives?
Oh my god.
Come on, Sora! Which way? Hey, would you get serious?
I love Donald. I love HD Donald.
Trying. These things take time.
Well, since we've already been before, why don't you try picturing our friends like we're there?
Sorry, I got nothing. What did you expect?
May your heart be your guiding key.
Huh? What's that?
Master Yen Sid always said that, right before we went off on any of our real important adventures.
Really? Ring a bell?
Maybe I just imagined it.
May my heart be my guiding key. I've got it!
Okay, what are we doing? Oh, the screen went dark. I didn't touch my controller in a minute.
All right, Olympus Coliseum, here we come.
That's how we start. That's how we start Kingdom Hearts 3? We just go see Hercules again? We see Hercules 3 different times. He's in every single mainline Kingdom Hearts game. Oh, Hercules! Yippee! Girl, you mean Huncules. Nora loves Hercules. So objectives completed 29. So that means we could get more stuff for Aqua. I could come back and I could grind this game and I could get more Aqua costumes. That's good. That's good. Most used magic, Thundaga. Of course she used Thundaga. Damn. Okay, treasure chest open. 66. I missed quite a bit actually. Damn, chat. I had fun with this. This was really good. Ooh, critical mode. Oh, nice. I will be playing this again in my free time for funsies. I had so much fun. Oh my god. Balloon 619. So my plan is we're gonna do Drunk Rhythm Heaven. We're also going to do Drunk Karaoke this weekend. So we're doing 2 things this weekend, but that's planned for this weekend. So we've still got time because it's literally just turned, what, Wednesday? It's Wednesday now. This game is deeply flawed. There was no Balloonga. But I've been kind of wanting to play a little bit of Hades too. So. 0 out of 10 lack of Bazinga. No, we had a Bazinga. Union Cross. Kingdom Hearts comes out June 13th on Steam. I did see the Keyblade. It does look really good. Banger, by the way. I liked this game. I know it was only like 3 hours long for me, but I loved it. I loved it. I cannot, guys, I still cannot believe Mickey. That is how they explain Mickey losing his shirt. I cannot believe that is how the demons took his shirt. He lost his shirt to darkness, and that is the dumbest fucking shit ever. Also, why is his hair not dark? Why does he not look like Sora? Didn't even need an explanation. I would have rather not known. I know, right? Mickey has so many outfit changes too. You found him as Aqua? Oh, that's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. I was like, what? Mickey has a new outfit in almost every game. I love that I could make Aqua have cat ears. That was like peak for me. We could dress her up and it was fun and it was cute and I loved it and I love her. She's my everything. She's my favorite Kingdom Hearts character, period. Anyways. The auto-tune, at the end is fucking stuns me, dude. Anyways, this is good. I liked this a lot. I had fun with this game. If you couldn't tell, I liked this game. I had fun. Would you cosplay her? I would make it like a sub goal. Yeah, I would cosplay her for sure. I'd make it a sub goal to cosplay her because it kind of takes a lot to not only style that wig, because oh my god, look at her hair. Number 2, I'm sure I could get like a pre-made Aqua cosplay, but I'm sure it's gonna be kind of expensive. So 200 subs for it? 150 sounds good. Like 150 like new subs, I'm super down for. The Kingdom Hearts brain rot really gets you. Damn, dude, it fucking got it. Chokehold on me right now. It's fucked up. I did not think I would be that into it. Like, I was like, oh, you know, whatever. Like, we'll get into it. I know people are die-hard fans, but I don't think I'm going to be that big of a fan of it. Whatever. Like, I'll just try it because I haven't played an RPG in a while. That was my mistake. I'm fucked. Toho stream went. Ooh, a Toho stream. I might do a Toho stream, honestly. We should take a little bit of a Kingdom Hearts break. And then... I know we're going to be playing 3 soon. We're going to be playing 3 soon. But... oh my god. Hades 2 and Toho. Huh? Me playing hard-ass games. Anyways, I love Aqua. I had a lot of fun doing this. I didn't think I would enjoy this as much as I did, but here we are. As a kid, I wanted a Kingdom Hearts theme room so bad I was depressed that I didn't. It was me when I was a kid and I didn't get a Sonic theme room. Now look at my room. It's still not Sonic themed, but, you know, I've got some Sonic stuff up. You can't see it anymore, but I have a Sonic light up here, and I also have Sonic looking at you as if you're a chili dog. It's awesome. Anyways. Tokyo Disney Japan Hotel has Kingdom Hearts themed rooms. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. I really want to go. I mean, I don't have the money to go to Japan, but I want to go so bad. I want to go so bad. Dude, if there's like a Kingdom Hearts themed cafe in and like Symphony, dude, I'm fucking screwed. I gotta go. I gotta go. What? No. Oh. That's so cool, man. I love those Keyblades too. This was really cool. Anyways. Super cheap to get to Japan right now. I mean, I was looking into it, but oh well. You know what? Maybe one day she'll be able to make it. Anyways, I had fun. We're not going to watch this again. I'm sorry, chat. We can't watch it again. I've listened to Simple and Clean like at least 3 times a day. Anyways, chat. It is almost 2 a.m. for me. It's time to go Mimi's. I will be live tomorrow. We'll be doing a little bit of, you know, we'll do some fucking Hades. Why not? We'll have some fun with some Hades. Do I have any friends on right now? No. Ooh. Ooh. This guy's playing Birth by Sleep. And he's finishing Terra's story. Ooh, chat. Okay, let's go read this guy. I don't know who this guy is, but say something like, can the raid message just be my title? Like, girls love to wander hell. Here. Girls just love to wander hell. That's good. Out of context, that's crazy. Anyways. So yeah, you can copy, you can paste that. I'll be live tomorrow. We'll do some Hades, and I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out with me. I really, really appreciate it. I had a lot of fun tonight. This was really fun. That's all. Okay. I'll see you guys later. Have a good night. Thank you for joining me. Bye!